What questions do you have from last night's class? Do a quick weather brief and then look at some METARs and TAFs and then get started on tonight's work. I'd like to start out my briefs when I am getting on the desk with the observations page. And for today, it looks like we definitely fair weather across the country. A lot of high pressure throughout the Ohio Valley here into the Midwest and Great Lakes region. High pressure across the western U.S. and the Rockies. Some isolated areas of low pressure, but doesn't look like to be driving anything too major. Looks like we have some convective weather out here over Nevada, Utah, northern Colorado. That might be causing some issues. We have some turbulence pileups out there. So if I was routing any flights out there, I'd want to look out for where levels those that turbulence is reported at and try to avoid it if possible. Out here over the Great Lakes into the Northeast, we have some small patches of snow. Probably want to check to see if we have any disruptions as far as visibility or low ceilings that might impact us. But apart from that, we're looking pretty good. Um, Looking at how this is going to progress over the next 6 hours. Looks like that high pressure continues to dominate most of the country. Going to continue with that precip over the Rockies. If I was going into any ski country airport, Salt Lake City, Provo, possibly down here into Arizona, might have some issues. But apart from that, maybe Buffalo, really no major concerns. The next 6 hours, 12 hours out, it looks like that area precip over the Rockies expands as that low pressure builds over the southwestern US. But again, maybe some low ceilings, low vis into the Pacific Northwest, but nothing that really causes great concern looking at the weather outlook for the next 12 hours. So should be a pretty decent day dispatching if I was starting my shift right now. Looking at surface winds, we're not seeing anything too crazy at the surface. Looks like we have a strong jet stream going here across the southeastern U.S. and through the central plains, and then up across the Rockies, driving a lot of moist air in off of the Pacific here, which is causing that precip there that we saw over the Rockies. So if I was routing, I would want to try to avoid that if possible. It does look like I have some en route turbulence that matches more or less where that jet stream was, especially here over the Rockies and southwestern US, where we saw a lot of those pileups. If we go back to that observations page, even more or less matching where we saw that on the chart, 330, 360, 320, 3270, 267 or 265, 295. So probably from about 270 up to 350. We see right in the band of that AirMet is where all those reports lay. So if I was filing flights to that area, would want to be aware of turbulence and definitely be remarking my releases to pilots, letting them know to expect turbulence in the.
Sorry, what would you mark on your release?
That's Starlink as advertised.
Skynet take it over, or you guys lose that also?
Yeah, it looks like he's back.
Anybody hear what he said he'd mark on the release?
No, that's when he broke out, Peter.
So I would remark the areas of turbulence that were being reported out here over the western US. Since we did see those reports of turbulence that match where we have this AirMet here for turbulence.
Hey, Ryan, going back just a little bit, I was asking, you said you would mark something on a release if you had to route through a particular area, but I think your system went down right when I asked it.
So I was talking about can you hear me?
It's cutting in and out now, at least for me.
Mic check, mic check.
Hello, can you hear me now? Oh,
Yes.
so when we were looking at the turbulence page, I was mentioning that since we have this pirate or this airmet here that is confirmed by several PIREPs throughout this area, that I would want to remark on my dispatch release to my crew um, the likelihood of turbulence if they were routed through that area.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And we can see that this is all likely clear air turbulence related to the jet stream, because if we match this chart against our winds chart, we see that that basically tracks right where we saw that jet stream. Right there. In the winter, we're going to see the jet streams move a lot further south. So they will generally be right across the continental U.S. In the summer, the jet stream moves further north and is a lot of times less impactful on our flights, especially if we're doing transcontinental flights. But the winter is a lot of times when you'll end up arriving, either 40 minutes late or an hour early, depending on which direction you're flying. Okay, it is this chart that keeps breaking my computer. There it goes again, as soon as I try to open ceilings and visibility. So why is this? We just won't look at that chart. All right, let's look for some METARs and TAFs. All right, looking at the METAR for Phoenix, where is the ceiling?
$25,000.
Correct, 25,000 feet. Why is it not here at 10,000 feet?
Few is not a ceiling, nor is scattered.
All right. Right, who can read the METAR for Buffalo? Who would like to read the METAR for Buffalo? Go ahead, Trevor.
Okay, we've got on the 12th at 23:54 Zulu, winds from 260, 8 knots, 10 statute mile visibility, light snow, few clouds at 2300, overcast at 3500, temperature -5, dew point -10, altimeter 30.17, remarks taken with the automated weather station with precipitation discriminator. Sea level pressure 1023 millibars. This is I'm not sure what that 4 and 12 is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is either.
Okay. And then the P is 1 hour precipitation accumulation was negligible, and then I think that's the 6 hour precipitation accumulation, which was also negligible. True temperature -5, true dew point 10, and then don't remember 1 or 2, and then the 5 is 3 hour pressure difference or 3 hour pressure change, which was 1 millibar, and maintenance needed.
All right, good job. Now there's a forecast right there. What do we think the weather's going to be in Des Moines for the next 12 hours, 24 hours? It's not very often, but occasionally you will run into one-lined halves.
Nice. Consistent.
And we could take a look at that on our prog chart here. And yeah, high pressure, high pressure, high pressure, high pressure. Until 12Z a day, yeah. Until 36 hours from now, yeah, Des Moines pretty much just, yeah, 10 and clear. Yeah, there's just no weather today. All right, who wants to read the METAR for Grand Junction? Brian, go ahead.
Okay. So this was issued on the 13th day at I guess 053 Zulu, and winds are coming from 050 at 5 knots. Visibility is 10 statute miles. I have a few clouds at 4,000 feet, scattered clouds at 7,000 feet, and then ceiling is broken at 11,000 feet. Temperature is 8 degrees. Dew point is 3. Altimeter is 30.12. In the remarks, this is from an automated station with a precipitation discriminator. Rain began at 21 past the hour and ended at 33 past the hour. Sea level pressure is 1018.4 millibars. No precipitation or measurable precipitation in the last hour. And true temperature is 8.3. True dew point is 3.3.
All right. Well, like I said, it's as we can see as I go through all these METARs and TAFs around the United States, it's a predominantly fair weather day. We're seeing high ceilings, very little precipitation, good visibility, pretty much everywhere we look. So, good day to be flying, which is nice because we've had some really, really rough weeks recently. So, it's nice to have a break. Of course, today all of our airplanes decided to break, so it decided to be difficult even with the weather being good. Except in DCA, where they decided to throw a ladder at one of our planes, because that's what you do. All right, so that's basically how I brief myself on weather. I start out with observations. I look at turbulence, I look at winds, I look at the prog charts, and then I go through the METARs and TAFs for my various stations that I'll be dispatching for, at least to start out with. Here we go. Finally found something. Who wants to read that remark? Go ahead, Caitlin.
It says that there's cumulus clouds distant to the east and south.
Very good. Yep. Cumulonimbus distant east and south of Reno. Cool. All right, so for the rest of the class, we are going to look at our new best friend, SkyVector. Now, SkyVector is a really nice piece of free software that's apparently very touchy with my zoom function. We'll just use that then. So yeah, SkyVector is it's a website. It is 100% free, which is really nice. And what it does is it takes all of the FAA published sectional charts and puts them together into a really handy flight planning tool. Any of you who have flying experience, especially any of the middle-aged to older students who have flying experience,
I resemble that remark.
yeah, well, I too was born in the late 1900s, so. You'll recognize one of these because you likely had to do your flight training using paper sectional maps. And essentially what you got was a fold-out sheet of paper that was essentially out of date when you bought it. That gave you a graphical depiction of all of the airports and terrain and routes and airspace in a certain area. So for instance, this is the Kansas City sectional. And if I wanted to fly east of Kansas City, I would also need the St. Louis sectional. And if I wanted to fly north of Kansas City, I would need the Omaha sectional. And you would have to line these up and draw out your routes on them and measure them and do all your calculations with WizWheel. And it was all kind of fun. Yeah. Actually, I did enjoy it. But,
Did you ever chum a chart, though?
What?
So, yeah, you ever heard of chumming a chart?
Whatting a
Using the
chart? Sorry.
Using the chart update manual to go and
Oh, yeah.
update
Oh, yeah.
every single tower,
Mhm.
obstacle. Oh my God.
Now, I only did that before my check rides to make sure that, you know, my DPE couldn't say, "Oh, your chart's out of date." Because again, just like the FAR AIM, the charts are out of date by the time they're published. And then yeah, you have to go through and get all your chart updates. And
Now they have e-chum, so
yeah, I did when I was doing my training. I just went through the electronic chart updates. But that's what you would have to do, and you'd have to line up all these paper charts, and you'd have to plan your routes. Then you'd have to fly them based off of everything off the paper charts. Well, then a handy dandy piece of software came out, called SkyVector, where someone had the great idea of what if we took really high definition scans of all these charts and we put them together and we made it so that you could select airports and waypoints and draw routes and measure things and figure out all of your flight planning information without having to look at these individual sectionals. And in fact, when I started my flight training, the FAA still wasn't sure how they felt about SkyVector. So this website was plastered with labels that said, not an official source of flight planning data, even though it was, even then, very, very accurate. By now, SkyVector has proven that, yes, all of its data is accurate. It does keep it up to date with the electronic chart updates. And so they've taken away those labels. The FAA has basically said that, it does approve SkyVector as a flight planning tool specifically for people that are doing either private or part non-121 commercial flight plans, essentially. So we can use it, thankfully, for this class. You guys don't have to go out and buy paper sectional charts. And trust me, there are still dispatch schools out there that make their students go out and buy paper sectional charts because that's how they are certified and that's how they teach. And they have not updated their certification. But because this is now an approved flight planning tool, we can use it for this class so you guys don't have to go out and buy paper sectional charts, which, again, good luck finding one even nowadays. I remember I was working on my commercial and I didn't have the sectional chart I needed. I went to our local FBO and they looked at me like I was crazy when I asked for the Denver sectional chart. I had to drive actually an hour south to another FBO where they were selling the correct sectional chart that I needed. Anyway, so we will be using SkyVector for all of our flight planning that we do in this class, and you will use it for the flight planning that you do when you go in for your practical. So tonight we're going to start out learning some of the different tools that are available in SkyVector, how to use it, how to add city pairs, how to add waypoints, how to map onto your jet routes, things like that. I will say, when you come to in-person, I highly suggest bringing a laptop with you. Now, SkyVector does work on iPads most of the time. Every 10 minutes or so, SkyVector decides that it doesn't want to work on the iPad anymore, has a complete freakout session, and you have to reload it. I did my class on an iPad because I didn't have a laptop. It's doable. I don't recommend it. Have a laptop, get a laptop, borrow a laptop. You'll be grateful you did. Just my recommendation. Doable on an iPad, not the easiest thing because SkyVector tends to, for whatever reason, and this has been true since 2012 when I started using it, and it's still true today. For whatever reason, SkyVector freaks out on iPads. I don't know why. I also recommend when we start doing flight planning in this class, which we will do flight plan 1 Monday, I think, Monday or Tuesday, start using the laptop you intend to bring to St. George. So if you're on your desktop now, I suggest start using the laptop you intend to bring to in-person so that you can start getting familiar using SkyVector on that device, because you don't want to come to St. George and be trying to learn how to use a new computer. I've seen students do that too. It's not pretty to watch. All right, so getting back into SkyVector, the view we're looking at here is the VFR chart. This is essentially showing us what everything looks like visually speaking. You know, when I started out flying, and even now, a lot of times when I'm flying, because I'm not going really into high altitude, and this does show a lot of my low altitude stuff as well. I will be using the VFR charts, but for what we're going to be doing in this class, these charts don't really have the information we need. They do have good, useful information, and I will reference the VFR charts from time to time when I'm dispatching, because they do have all of our airport information and graphical depictions of all the airports on here. Which is nice, because I can look at this chart and I can see exactly what the runway layout, generally speaking, for Kansas City is, or I can see what the runway layout for Lawrence is, or I can see what the runway layout for Topeka is, looking at this chart. But really and truly, when we're talking about the VFR sectionals, these are assisting pilots who are flying visually. They're looking out their window, they're looking for landmarks, they're looking for waypoints, they're looking for where these cities are, things like that. All of the flight planning that we do for this class and all the flight planning that you will do when you get to an airline is going to be IFR, so instrument flight rules, which assume that we can't see anything. So having graphical depictions of all of this isn't really important. Really and truly, nowadays, the only thing that I will look at a VFR sectional for is if I'm worried about where the airspace around a Class Bravo airport lays. If I'm flying into an airport, if I'm filing into an airport that underlays Class Bravo, I'll check this. But again, on an IFR flight plan, that's all going to be handled by ATC. So I do that more out of just my own personal neuroses than any actual need to. What we will be using for this class will largely be the high altitude charts. And we can see on these, we don't have any of that ground information. In fact, this doesn't even really show us in any good way the airports. Now, I know that these symbols here, these green circles with the hash marks coming off of them, are airports, but as opposed to my VFR chart, where it's very, very clear where the airports are, what their runway layout is, stuff like that, the high altitude chart says, don't care. These are what's called an en route chart. They're telling us what the route structure for all of this airspace is. And that's what we care about when we are flight planning, is where are the routes? Because for this class and for your practical, all of your flight plans are going to have to be built on jet routes. And that's these black lines here. These are called jet routes. Now, real world dispatching, we can use RNAV where we don't necessarily have to be on jet routes all the time. But for this class, everything we do is going to be on jet routes. So we care about the en route charts. Specifically, we're going to be largely using the high altitude charts. Now, there's also a set of charts that are low altitude, but very rarely are you going to be flight planning on low altitude charts. because the low altitude charts only go up to 18,000 feet. So unless you are planning a flight where for whatever reason you're not going above 18,000 feet, which will be very, very rarely, you're not going to be looking at the low altitude charts because that's not where we're going to be planning. We're going to be using the high altitude charts because they go from 18,000 feet to the top of Class A airspace. These are the charts that we are going to be using because these are the charts, or these are the altitudes that our flights will be planned in. Now, occasionally, very rarely, occasionally, I will end up with a flight that has something like a 6,000 foot restriction on it for whatever reason. And in those cases, yes, I am looking at the low altitude charts. I am planning on what are called Victor Airways. The Victor Airways are the low altitude equivalent to jet routes. They go from 1,200 feet above the surface to 18,000 feet. In fact, we had a flight last week going from Grand Forks to Des Moines where it could not fly above 8,000 feet due to a crack in the first officer's windshield. So that dispatcher was planning that flight completely VFR on low altitude charts. But again, that's not going to be normal flight planning procedures, and it's not going to be what we do for this class or what you will do on your practical. For everything we're doing, we're going to be looking at the high altitude charts on jet routes. All right, so the time is 18:22 Mountain Time. Let's go ahead and take our first break. That's a good point for it. Let's be back at 18:32.
Hey Ryan.
Yeah, what's up?
I don't really mind the intro for Sky Vector, but we did have 2 days where we kind of just went over it. We kind of went a little bit in depth about it. I don't mind the review again, but just wanted to bring that up.
All right, thank you.
I would say, Ryan, if you do kind of get into more like showing us how that we didn't really get in. We just talked really kind of the details of what symbology means, what are these routes, things like that. If you kind of got into the planning more, that would be very helpful.
All right, thanks for the heads up. All right, let's get into route building in SkyVector, because that's what we're going to be using it for. So if I have a flight, let's say I'm doing Denver to Los Angeles that I want to plan. We'll go up here into our top left corner where it says flight plan, open that up, and I'll put in Denver and Los Angeles. In here, it does not matter if you use the 4-letter identifier or the 3-letter identifier, it will get it right. For instance, if I put in SFO, it would still get SFO. It's not going to plan. It knows that we're planning airport to airport when we're putting in our city pair here. It's not going to assume that I'm planning from a VFR to an airport, which does make this not a great tool if I am looking at routes for a diversion, because it won't let me plan from a VFR to an airport, which is one thing that our dispatch software does do better than SkyVector, though there aren't a lot of things. So I want to make a flight from Denver to Los Angeles. So I put in my city pair here, and I see that I get this nice magenta line that connects Denver to Los Angeles. Which, if I was, just putzing around in a 172, I might just go ahead and fly my little magenta line from Denver to Los Angeles. Though I don't know how I do that in 172. But that's not what we're going to do in this class. For this class, we have to use our jet routes. So we need to specify routes or points between these two cities in order to plan a proper route. Because I can't go to ATC and file Denver direct to Los Angeles. They're going to reject that flight plan. Even if I was doing this at work and trying to file an RNAV route, I would still need waypoints and SIDs and stars on my route. Because if we think about our route structure, we go from our airport onto the SID, our standard instrument departure, from our SID to our route, from our route to our arrival, our star, and from our star to our airport. So we need to connect all of those pieces together to build our route. So going from Denver to Los Angeles, the first thing I would need to do is pick out a SID. Now, in SkyVector, we do have a list of SIDs and stars. For one thing, a lot of these are RNAVs, so we can't use them. And for another thing, these are all going to be FAA charts, so they are not going to look like the Jeppesen charts that we use for this class and what you'll be using for your practical and for real-world dispatching. You will more than likely be on Jeppesen charts. So in order to pick the SID we want for Denver, we do need to go into the Jep charts page on our drive and find Denver. So here I have KDN. So go ahead and open this, and now I want to find a SID that will work for this route. So this is a star. I know it's a star because I look at the top right-hand corner and it says star. So I'm going to go through all of the stars first. Star. Oh, here. Okay, here's our first SID. Now, you may see a SID that looks like this. This is what's called a vector SID. Essentially, with a vector SID, you would pick one of these waypoints, file it as your transition point, and then ATC would give you vectors to that point. We don't plan vector SIDs. You would only plan a vectored SID if that is the only option available to you, because 99% of the time, if there is another SID available and you file a vector SID, ATC is going to reject that flight plan because they don't want to do the work of having to vector your aircraft. Because if you remember, what is the primary purpose of SIDs and stars?
Lighten the workload of ATC and pilots.
Yeah, reduce workload. So filing a vector SID is really no better than filing a direct route from their standpoint. So we want to find one of the SIDs that has actual route lines on it. And we want to find one that goes in the correct general direction. Now, I say that now, and for the purposes of this class, we are always going to find a SID that goes in the correct general direction. Denver is a unique case because Denver gets thunderstorms, and they might close southbound departures or westbound departures or eastbound departures, and you may end up filing a SID that goes north to fly south. But for this class, we're always going to find a SID that leaves in the direction we want to go, and we're going to find a star that comes from the direction we want to go. Same thing with New York. A lot of times you end up flying the opposite direction you want to go just to get out of New York airspace. Florida can get wonky sometimes too, like that. One time I was filing a flight from Fort Myer to Las Vegas, and I took them out over the Atlantic just because it was the only way that we could avoid the weather. But for this class, we're going to assume that all the weather's great and that we can fly in whatever direction we want. So we want to find a SID that goes the direction we want. So in this case, southwest. So here we look at the Yellowstone 4. This goes north. That's not where we want. The Pikes 2 goes south. We might be able to use it. The Plains 1 goes east. Probably not going to be good. Looks like the Rockies 6 goes southwest. I do like that one, and that's what we have for SIDs. So I do like the direction this Rockies 6 is going. So I want to take a look at what I have for transition points off of here. Because it's going generally in the direction I want to go. And for transition points to the southwest, it looks like I have Red Table here, Montrose, Blue Mesa, and Dove Creek. So I have 4 transition points off this SID. I know they're transition points because they are identified on here as transition points. And so then I can go back to SkyVector, and I can see which of those fall on a jet route that goes the direction I want to go. So here I have Blue Mesa, which was one of my transition points, and off of Blue Mesa, I have a jet route going southwest. So Blue Mesa could be a good point. I also had Dove Creek, which takes me out even further on that jet route. Montrose here does not connect to any jet routes, so I would not want to choose Montrose. Montrose is probably connected to some Victor Airways, though. Yes, it is. So if I was filing lower altitude, I could look at filing Montrose, but I am not doing that. I am filing high altitude because I'm going all the way to Los Angeles. So do not want to look at Montrose there. And then the other option we had was Red Table, which I think, where's my identifier box here? It's going to be on the, yeah, it's, so here is one issue we run into with SkyVector. So I have a VOR here, which I'm almost certain this is the Red Table VOR. But the identifier box for it has gotten cut off in the seam between two sectional charts. If this happens, I can switch to the high 3, and sure enough, here is my identifier box. So this is one of the shortfalls of Red Table, depending on how they put that seam in between the two charts, it might cut off some information. And let me just go back and show you again what I'm seeing. So when I look at the world chart here, I see my VOR symbol, but nowhere around it is the VOR identifier box. And if you look really closely right here, you can kind of see where some of these lines and some of these letters and things don't really quite connect or get cut off. So that tells me that there is a seam between two charts that falls right there, and that they have taken the data from the chart to the right and overlaid it over the chart on the left, which has cut off some of the information from the chart on the left, including the identifier box for this VOR. So if I want to see what this VOR is, I need to go up to my chart selection tool here in the top right of SkyVector, and I need to specifically choose the high altitude chart that this is on. In this case, it is the H3. If you look right here in the top right, we see I'm on world high right now, but I can select H3. And now I'm just looking out, if I zoomed out here, we could see where we're just looking at this one individual sectional chart as opposed to the composite sectional charts. And by doing that, I can now see the information that was cut off in the composite. In this case, my VOR identifier right here. And I do see that this is the Red Table VOR, as I suspected, and it also connects to jet routes that go to the southwest. So it may also be a good option for me. So I can look at this one, and I can look at the ones coming off Blue Mesa, and I can see if one of those jet routes looks like it's going to be a little bit better. And it looks like the Blue Mesa Dove Creek transition may be a better point because that jet route seems to mirror my direct route a little bit more, whereas the one coming off of Red Table up here goes further to the north. So I don't think that's going to be as good of an option. So going back to my SID here, I see that I can choose that Dove Creek point. And the way that I would put this into my flight plan is exactly how it is written right here. Oy. All right, well, it wants... But if we look right here in the left side of our screen where it says Dove Creek, below that in parentheses, it says Rocky6.dvc. And that's exactly how I'm going to write it on my flight plan right here. ROCKI. So I'll go into this box down here below my city pair, and I will type in ROCKI 6.dvc. So I am indicating now that I am planning the Rocky 6 departure with the Dove Creek transition point. Hit. All right. Okay. So what happens also with these charts is that they are periodically updated. So the version in your drive may not be the most up-to-date version. So if you try to put in a SID or a star and SkyVector rejects it, in that case, we do want to go ahead and open up this drop-down. And you do that just by hovering over it, and this drop-down will open up. And we will find the Rocky departure. And we see here that the Rocky departure is now the Rocky 7. So the version that we have in our drive is the Rocky 6. The current version that is in use is the Rocky 7. So all I have to do to fix that is instead of typing in Rocky 6, I'll now put in Rocky 7. And it still doesn't like it. Dove Creek is still on there.
Which transition did you want to use?
Dove Creek. Space in the... So if I put in ROCKI 7 space DVC, hit enter, I can see that it has now planned the Rocky 7 departure to Dove Creek into my flight plan. And I now have on my route, it's no longer direct. It now has this kink in it that goes to the VOR. Whereas before, it was direct. When I put in my SID, let's say I wanted to do Blue Mesa, Rocky 7, HBU, same idea. Put that in, and I now have this kink in my flight plan here that goes to the Blue Mesa VOR. And look at this part that it is mapped here from Denver to Blue Mesa, where I have this this angled route. We will see that it mirrors what is in the star. We would fly southwest to the Boba intersection, and then south from there to the Blue Mesa VOR. So I have this route southwest here to the VOR. And in fact, if I were to search that intersection, the OBDA on SkyVector, we see that it is in fact our crosshair centered right there on that bend, right where that intersection was in the jet chart.
Is there a reason it doesn't show up on the high chart? Is that a low intersection?
Christopher, can you repeat that?
So that intersection doesn't really show up on the high chart. Is that because it's a low IFR intersection? Does it show up on the low chart?
So,
Or is it just an intersection in the departure procedure?
low chart, we could look. No, still not on low chart. So that intersection is exclusive to the departure procedure. But it is still, we can see it still exists.
Yeah, it makes sense.
In the interface. It's just not mapped on one of these charts. Sometimes the intersections using departure procedures are included on en route charts. Sometimes they are, in this case, exclusive to that procedure. Same thing if I went back to the Dove Creek transition, we would see the same idea. Where again, we have this bend. And if we compare that to our jet chart, that is going to be at where the Thayru intersection is. Or Thayru. And we could look to see if that one is on, also not on our low chart. So again, that is also an intersection that is exclusive to the SID. But if I put it in here, we see that that point does in fact lie directly where that turn is built into the route. What questions do you have on adding SIDs to our route and selecting a SID? Brian.
As far as getting from the runway, I mean, when we're flight planning, are we specifying our departure runway? And if so, how about getting from the runway to the beginning of this, I guess, this SID? Like, where does that happen?
Yes and no. We will plan when we are putting together a flight plan, we will plan a departure runway and an arrival runway. But in reality, we're only doing that to demonstrate that we have the performance to take off and land from that airport. In reality, that departure runway could change 3 times from the time that you send the dispatch release to the time that the flight takes off, and they don't need a new dispatch release every time. Because ultimately, we are planning flights from airport to airport, not from runway to runway. We do runway calculations to demonstrate that we have proven that we have the performance capability to operate to and from these airports. Now, as far as going from the runway to the departure procedure, that is all going to be handled by Tower and Tracon. They will handle that. Essentially, flight's going to get off the air. They're going to be given a few vectors. So let's say that we were in a north configuration for Denver. So our flight took off to the north. They would probably be given a couple different vector headings and then be told fly direct Baylor at some point.
Because that's kind of the first, what are we calling the triangles? I forgot.
Intersection.
Yeah, that's the first one on our SID that we're taking, right?
Yeah. And like if it was a south configuration, they might actually put the flight right on that heading to Baylor. They might vector it around and put them on that heading, but more than likely they'll get them out of the Denver airspace and then send them direct to Baylor. And then they'll say, after a couple, they might say fly heading, 270 and then fly heading 200 and then give them cleared direct Baylor file or fly the SID as filed.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense because I know, when you're looking at flight aware or flight radar, ATC is obviously controlling the runways that are, where they're departing and arriving from. So I was curious on how that happens.
Yeah. And really see between the way that we build, the way the route structure exists, and the way that the ATC structure exists. So with our route, we're going from takeoff, we're getting on the SID, we're going from the SID to en route, we're going from the en route to the star, and then from the star to the final approach fix. Because even further, if I was flying into Denver, I would go from the star, and at some point I would be given vectors off of the star to pick up the approach, whatever that happened to be. And we can see that same sort of structure mirrored in ATC, where we're going, when we're going from the gate to the runway, we're being controlled by ground. And then when we get off the air, we're with Tower. And then we get transitioned to Tracon, who is going to control us while we're on our star. And then they're going to pass us off to Center, who is going to control us en route. And then coming in, we're going to get on the SID, where we're going to be handed off to Tracon. And then we're going to get on the approach when we're handed off to Tower. And then we land and we're covered by ground. So we can see the same sort of structure between how we build routes and how ATC is handling the planes. Where we go from a very narrow scope with our C-70 to a slightly broader scope with our SID and star to, and I wasn't sharing the right tab, to, a much broader scope with our en route, and then back down star approach 10-9.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, again, to answer your question, yes and no, we plan runways, but ultimately, especially when we're talking about building routes and filing flight plans, in that case, we are planning from airport to airport. Again, our SIDS and stars are reducing workload, not eliminating workload. There's still a little bit of work that Tracon and Tower are doing as far as routing these planes on and off those routes. I mean, for instance, a lot of these stars for Denver might also, if we were to pick up the charts for if I were to look up the jet charts for like Aurora or Air and Spaceport, or even like any of the surrounding airports, Centennial, which Centennial Airport actually has more traffic than Denver International, but it's all GA traffic. If I were to pull up the jet charts for Centennial, a lot of these SIDS and stars are going to be shared by these surrounding airports. These, when we're talking about SIDS and stars, they are not exclusive to Denver. For instance, like when I'm flying, we don't have the charts of them, but for when I'm flying into the surrounding Kansas City airports, they all share the same SIDS and stars as Kansas City International. They don't have their own unique SIDS and stars. Because again, that's all going to be the SIDS and stars. A lot of that is going to overlap with Tracon, which the Tracons generally are associated with the nearest major class Bravo airport or class Charlie airport. And any of the underlying and surrounding smaller airports will fall under their jurisdiction. Like if I'm taking off Century, I'm working with Kansas City approach control and Kansas City departure control, not New Century departure and New Century approach, because they're not big enough to have their own approach controllers. Right, so we have our SID. So we have planned from Denver to Dove Creek here. The next thing I want to do is find the other end of this equation. I want to find my star. I want to find where I'm going to get off of the jet route and now get onto my approach. So now I will want to find the charts for Los Angeles. And I'll scroll until I find my stars. And here are the starts of my stars. I have the Bassett 5 coming in from the east-northeast, might be a good one. The Kimo 3 coming from the north-northwest, probably not going to be what I want. Moon Park 4 again coming in from the west and northwest. Ocean 3 coming in from the southeast. Sade 8 coming in from the west and northwest. Sivu 2 coming in from the east. I know that one isn't one they like. not that there's any reason we necessarily couldn't file it. Vista 3 coming in from the southeast. So for coming in from the northeast, I am going to pick the Bassett 5 and hope that it actually is the Bassett 5. One thing of note when you're planning SIDS and stars, you do need to check the comment section up here, because there may be restrictions in here that you need to be aware of. I know for LA, a lot of their departure procedures, especially their RNAV departure procedures, change depending on what time of day it is, on which one you're filing. Specifically, like how far out over the ocean they're taking you. And if you file the wrong one, ATC will reject your flight plan. So when we are picking our SIDS, we do want to read this section at least briefly to make sure that there's nothing in here that would be excluding our flight. So for instance, this one says turbojet aircraft only. So if, we were going back into the old school days of SkyWest, where they were flying Embraer Brasilias, which are turboprop aircraft, we could not file this star. And the reason they put that limitation on here is because they don't want planes that are flying below a certain speed on this route. They only want aircraft that can fly fast enough to maintain their arrival rates and their spacing to be flying this route. They don't want slow planes on this route. So it does have the restriction for turbojet aircraft only. Luckily for us, our CRJ-700 is a turbojet aircraft, so we don't need to worry about that restriction. We do also see in here that radar is required and DME is required. So if there was a NOTAM for LAX saying that the radar was out of service, we couldn't file this route. Or if we had an MEL on our aircraft that took out the DME receiver, we could not file this route. But we'll assume that everything's working properly, so we're going to go ahead and pick this route. Again, I want to take a look at our transition points coming in from the northeast. It looks like we have Hector, we have Peach Springs, and we have 29 Palms. So TNP, PGS, and HEC. So we can see where those fall on our larger picture here and try to figure that out. So let's see, what do we have? Grand Canyon. So here's Peach Springs, which doesn't really fall on our route. Our route goes here to the north and hits what? Las Vegas. Let's see, we have HECTN. If you can't find one of these VORs or transition points, you can go up into your search box and type it in, and it will center. So there's Hector, which comes off of J64, J64. I'm just going to draw this back. J128. Yeah, so here we have my transition point of Hector, which was the furthest north one I had, doesn't really fall on my route that I had picked from my SID. We see that Hector's here. It hits J60, and I can zoom in a little bit here, actually.
So would you have to
Sorry?
because that Daggett, it falls directly towards the LA route. It's right next to Hector.
Was that on my is an option?
I'm asking you, brother. Mhm.
Daggett is not a transition point that I can select. So if I look here at Hector, I can see that I can go a little bit further north on this J60, J107, hit this VOR, and then go east on J110, which goes in the general direction, but it does not meet Dove Creek. Dove Creek, if I wanted to go towards LAX, I would need to file J146, and if I follow that back, I see that does take me up to Daggett, but Daggett wasn't a point that I could use. So now I need to go back to my SID, change it from the Dove Creek transition, and choose that Blue Mesa transition. And then from there, I see that I can follow J128 down, make a turn at Tuba City onto J76. Nope, make a turn at Tuba City onto J64, and that will bring me into Peach Springs. So one of the other things I can do, because SkyVector is kind of smart, is I could just plan Peach Springs here. And we can try that. I can just put in PGS into my flight plan. Well, and then it decides not to be smart. There we go. We see there where I have added Peach Springs to my flight plan. It has gone ahead and it has, on its own, added the Bassett 5 arrival, which was the one we were planning, and has planned a route between the two. But if I didn't want it to do all the work for me, because I'm trying to teach you guys how to do this, the same thing we did with our star, we're going to do in reverse. So with our star, we did our star followed by our transition point, or sorry, our SID, we did our SID followed by our transition point. When we're putting in our star, we'll write our transition point followed by the star, because we are indicating we are coming off of our en route at this point, and we are now going on to the star. I would type in PGS space Bassett 5, enter, and I can see in here that this is now turned orange. So SkyVector has accepted the Bassett 5 arrival as a valid route with the Peach Springs transition point. And just like we saw with Denver, zoom out a little bit here. There we go. We can see it has now added that route structure for the Bassett 5 arrival from Peach Springs into LAX. Now, the difference we see immediately, going back to that question from earlier, is we do see that the Bassett 5 arrival actually occurs J128. So if I go back and look at my jet chart, I see here where we have this line in and then into the airport. And we see on SkyVector where that actually follows J28, and all of these intersections along J28 are also on our star, where we have Bugga, Dykes, Emmy, Graham, Russet. We can go back to Sky Vector, and sure enough, we have Bugga, Dykes, Emmy, Russet. I bet if I went to the low altitude, we'd see those other two waypoints. No, we don't. But we do see those intersections along our route here in the high altitude, mirrored on the star. So this is a time where those points do coalesce, as opposed to with Denver, we saw that the intersections mapped on the SID were exclusive to the SID. Now, here is also something interesting to look at. We can see sort of a one-for-one representation where when we get these white areas on our SIDS and stars that are not to scale. I mean, if we look on here, this looks to me like Emmy and Dykes and Bugga are like one after another after another. But if we go back to here, we see that Bugga is here, Dykes is there, Emmy is further away, Russet's down here, and our transition point is all the way back here. Where there's clearly a difference in how far out these are spaced on the en route, as opposed to how far out they're spaced up here in the not to scale section. And that's why they do that, is so that they can fit all of that information on a single page that otherwise would extend, you know, way off the page to the right. All right, so now that I have from Denver onto my SID to a transition point, and I have from a transition point onto a star to LAX, now I just need to connect the two dots with routes in between. So for that, I'm just going to kind of trace likely routes that look like they go in the right direction. So from here, and we already did this when we figured out earlier that we couldn't transition off the point that we had selected for Denver. But for here, I'm going to follow J64-128, goes to the northeast. It goes through Tuba City. Then I have J128 going further north in the direction I want it to. And I see that J128 intersects here with Blue Mesa. So between these 2 points, I can write J128. And I see now here in my flight plan box that J128 has turned green, and that there are no longer any little arrows between any of these specified points. That tells me I now have a complete route from airport to airport with no gaps in it. I fly from Denver, I get on the Rocky 7, I fly that to HBU, From HBU, we get on jet route J128, fly that to PGS. From PGS, we transition to the Bassett 5 arrival and fly that to LAX. There are no breaks in our route. We have a continuous route from Denver to LAX on published routes the whole way. I want to see all of my jet routes turn green. I want to see my SIDS and stars turn orange, and I don't want to see any little arrows anywhere in here in my flight plan, because those little arrows mean that I'm flying direct from one point to another. I'm not on a jet route. All right. The time is 1924. Let's take a 10-minute break right now, and let's be back at 1934. Think about what questions you have in that time. since you have at this point when it comes to putting a route together? And we'll do this several more times. One of the things of note is we only need to list an intersection or a VOR in our flight plan when we are moving from one route to another. So for instance, here at Tuba City, even though we cross this VOR, I would not write this J128 TBC J128. Because even though technically this is correct, I don't need to list Tuba City on here because I'm on J128 on both sides of it. Think of it the same as being on the interstate. You know, let's say that I'm driving from Salt Lake City to St. George. You know, I'm going to say I'm getting on I-15 and following I-15 to my exit in St. George. Think of the exit as my transition point, the route, you know, the roads from that exit to the airport as my star. Same thing, the exit on to the interstate or my on-ramp onto the interstate, that's my transition point. And all of the roads from my house in Salt Lake City to the interstate is my SID. But I'm only saying I'm getting on I-15 at this point, and I'm getting off I-15 at this point. I'm not saying that I'm getting on I-15 and driving through Provo and Beaver and Parlon and Cedar City. That's extraneous information because I'm on I-15 that whole way. So same idea with our route. I don't need to say that I'm flying J128 to Tuba City and then flying J128 to PGS, Peach Springs. It's extraneous information because I'm on J128 the whole way. I don't need to list every point on J128 that I cross. Does that make sense? Cool. However, if, for instance, let's say there was an ATC initiative that said do not file the Peach Springs transition, and I wanted to use the Hector transition. Well, in that case, right now from Peach Springs to Hector, I have a gap. And that's because J128 doesn't go from Peach Springs to Hector. So now I would need to say Peach Springs J64 to Hector. And once again, everything has turned green and all of the arrows have gone away. And that's because at Peach Springs, I am now transitioning from J128 onto J64. I could also do that at Tuba City if I wanted to. I could say, because J160 or J64 and J128 overlap here, say idea, I could say, sorry. So as I was saying, if I wanted to use the Hector transition here, let's just take that out. I now have a gap in my flight plan where I have an arrow between Peach Springs and Hector that I need to fill. That's going to be on J64, so I would put J64 in here. And now that it's turned to green and that arrow has gone away, which shows now that I am once again on a complete route. And if we look at this section between Peach Springs and Tuba City, we can see that J64 and J128 overlap. So I could actually say I was flying J128, what's that, Tub, to Tuba City, and then transitioning onto J64. Ooh. No, TBC, that's why. There we go. There we go. Transition from J28 to J64 at Tuba City, and that's still accurate because J64 and J128 overlap. So either way, I have a connected route. For instance, we might need to do that if this restricted airspace was active. So if R250 or 2501, specifically R2501 Charlie, if that restricted airspace was active, ATC would likely not be filing aircraft along this stretch right here that goes through that restricted airspace. In that case, there might be a NOTAM or an advisory stating that the Peach Springs transition is closed, and we would need to continue to the Hector transition. Right. Let's look at another example. Let's go from Salt Lake City to Seattle. So we want to fly from Salt Lake City to Seattle. First thing we need to do is find our SID. And again, we will go to our trip charts and student drive, and we want to find Salt Lake City. And it is way greener in this picture than it actually is. And we are departing to the northwest, so I want to find a SID that goes to the northwest or to the north. I don't have a good one. Let's see about swapping around then. Let's see what we have for Seattle. Trevor.
Is this a scenario where ATC would accept a vectored transition since all of their SIDs look like they're kind of either going to like the west or the south?
Wasn't a in this case, theoretically, they would accept a vector transition. In reality, there's an RNAV SID that goes to the north. We can't use it for this class. Looks like we have the Suma 2 out of Seattle that we can use. By the way, the question was asked earlier about getting from the runway to the SID, and this one shows it pretty well, so we can take a look at it. So for instance, from the south, if we were departing to the south, we're pretty much going to pick up our first waypoint here, our first intersection here, and fly the route. We see if we're departing to the north, we're going to fly to the Nizug intersection and then make a right turn on the 090 heading and then get vectors from there. And then to confirm that, we can actually read in our notes here. Oh wait, that's going to be our takeoff minimums. Okay, our initial climb procedure. So for the 16s, we're going to climb on heading 164. And then on the 161 radial from the Seattle VOR to the Nevjo intersection. And then if we're departing to the north on the 3 floors, we're going to climb on heading 347 until we pick up the Seattle radial 341, crossing Nizug at or above 4,000 feet, then turn right on heading 090 for radar vectors to Suma. So if we're flying south, we're just going to pick up this route, essentially is what it's saying. If we're flying north, if we're taking off to the north, we're going to fly to this intersection, turn onto 090, and then ATC will give us directions from there to get onto the route. And then we can see that radar and DME are required. And that is because, like, when we look at the Nevjo intersection here, the only information that we have to identify where that point is that it is on the 164 radial from the Seattle VOR 11 DME. We don't have another intersecting point. We don't have a reference VOR that we can use to identify where Nevjo is. So for the SID, DME is required because the only way that we can identify this point, and the same with this point, is a radial and a distance. Basically, it's saying you're going to fly this radial, and when you are 11 miles away, that's when you know you're at that point. As opposed to, generally, when we're talking about intersections, a lot of times it will say it is the intersection between such and such a radial of this VOR and such a radial of this VOR, and you'll find the crossing point, and that's where you identify that. We don't have a reference VOR. We don't have a crossing point for either Nevjo or Nezug. So the way that we will identify if we were flying where those are is by knowing that they are 11 DME from the Seattle VOR on the 164 radial. So, filing the SUMA 2 departure, we have our transition points of either Lakeview or Baker City. And so I can look here on SkyVector. And I want to find either Baker City or Lakeview. I conveniently see Baker City right here that is almost sitting directly on my direct route. In fact, it is sitting smack dab on my direct route between two. So I'm going to be optimistic, and I'm going to go ahead and pick Baker City as my transition point. So again, because this is a SID, we will identify it first in our flight plan. So SUMA 2, and followed by the identifier for the transition point, BKE. And there we go. We see that our SID has turned orange. So we know that SkyVector has accepted it as a valid SID, and we are on the BKE transition point. Now, so I know where I'm coming on to my route. Now I need to figure out where I'm coming off of my route. For that, I will go back to my Salt Lake City charts, and I will look for a star coming in from the north or northwest. And it looks like here we have the Bear 5. That looks promising. Or the Brigham City 5, possibly with Du Bois. And our SIDs. Let's start with the Bear 5 and see where that gets us. What do we got? We have Berkeley and we have Pocatello, PIH. I think BYI and PIH. On the Bear 5 here. DME required, radar required. Okay. All right, so here is the Burley VOR. We can see it very light and gray. And the reason it's light and gray like that is because it is a low altitude VOR. And we are looking at a high altitude chart. So we would not want to be planning that point. So in that case, we could look at PIH, which is right up here. but PIH does not have any. Yeah, we could come off of PIH. City, yeah. So in this case, we have PIH right here. That's a likely point that we could plan. Our other option we could look at is if we went back to the Brigham City arrival, possibly Du Bois, DBS. We can look at where that falls. But I think it's going to be too far north. Yeah. That would not be a good point. Our Baker City transition is here. Du Bois is over here. And there's no good route between them. So we would not want to plan that. So that's going to limit us to going back to that Bear 5 arrival. Ponticello, right there, PIH. So opposite of our SID, where we did SID followed by transition point. For our star, we're going to do transition point followed by star. So PIH. Two I's. There we go. So we now have there's no longer a break between PIH and Bear 5. Bear 5 is turned orange, which tells us that SkyVector has accepted it as a valid star. So we are good to go from there. And we can see now that our route has in fact tracked onto the Ponticello VOR, and we now have a route coming in to Salt Lake City. And if we look at that zigzag pattern and compare it to our jet chart, we'll see that once again, like we saw with our last flight plan, they mirror each other. And the last thing to do is to go ahead and connect the dots. Again, this is a relatively simple one because our two transition points are close together. In fact, there are routes you might follow or that you might file where you are transitioning from a SID, and that transition point from the SID is actually the same transition point for your star, and there's no en route section. You're just going straight from SID to star. That might happen. Or you might have a route where you're going from SID to star and you have 5 different VORs between them with 4 different jet routes that are connecting them. But again, these are relatively close together, so I can trace a likely route pretty easily. Up here, I have my Baker City transition off of the SID. I see J54-163 coming down to Boise. And then J54-163 going out to Ponticello. So I can just pick one of these. I'll go with J54 because I feel like it. Put that in. Ignore my dyslexia. Now my route has tracked to J54. Again, as discussed with our last flight plan, I don't need to indicate Boise on my route because J54 is on both sides of Boise. Boise just kind of sits on that route. So I can file straight from Baker City on J54 to Ponticello onto the Bear 5 arrival. And I now have everything is either orange, my routes are green, I don't have any gaps with arrows in them. I now have a complete route. Caitlin.
I'm sorry, can you show that again? It's just showing the approach chart right now, or the approach plate. Thank you.
Yep. So without that jet route in there, I have this gray arrow. Between Baker City and Ponticello, indicating that I have filed or I'm planning direct from Baker City to Ponticello. And honestly, if I was actually real world dispatching, filing this flight, this is exactly how I would file it. I would plan the Suma 2 departure to Baker City, direct to Ponticello, pick up the Bear 5 arrival. That is exactly how I would file it because I don't cross through any additional Tracons in here because Baker City is in the Salt Lake City Tracon, or not Tracon, Arctics. I don't cross to any other centers. I have a waypoint in Salt Lake City Center. So I don't need additional waypoint if I was filing RNAV between these 2 points. I could file direct from Baker City to Ponticello, and that would be a completely valid flight plan. But unfortunately for this class, because we do have to connect all of our points with jet routes, I do need to find a jet route between these 2 points. Again, luckily, they're nice and close together. So I have J54-163 that goes southeast from Baker City, hits the Boise VOR, and then goes east from Boise to the Ponticello VOR. So I can just plan J54 to Ponticello, and I now have a complete route. Now, it's a little zigzaggy, but it works. Questions on any of that? Then we'll do one more, and then I'll have you guys do some. Actually, tell you what, I will let you guys try your hand at the next one if you think you're ready to give it a shot. Now, up here in our flight planning box, we can see the total distance for a route, in this case, 655.9 nautical miles. I want to see who can get the shortest route. Just make sure that we have points that connect these. And that one's good. I'm going to see, and I'll give you 10 minutes. Play around with it. Who can get the shortest route from Phoenix to San Diego? PHS to SAN. And I'll see what I can do in that time too. PHX to SAN. Your SIDS and stars are in the JEP charts tab under flight planning in your drive. And SkyVector is just skyvector.com. Stick with the shortest route.
Correct. 264 miles.
64. Wow, that's pretty good. What was your route?
Direct.
Okay. All right. Did anybody get a completed route in that time?
I just had to install an ad blocker because I can't get SkyVector to run with those stupid ads.
Annoying.
So
I
Yeah,
got
the
to
one-
80, but we're gonna say, Chris.
I was just gonna say I did the whatever the Bravo X-ray Kilo 4 Blythe transition to Julian on the Border 7 arrival. The Border 7 Julian arrival. And that's 273 nautical miles.
What was your route? You said.
Just like let me find that departure again real quick.
So Buckeye 4, I think. Bravo X-ray Kilo 4.
Yeah, the Buckeye 4 to Blythe, Bravo Lima Hotel, and then the JLI Border 7 arrival. So San Diego.
Really?
I also snuck down to Gila Bend on the J2 and went in that way, but it's a little hokey.
What was your point for the arrival?
Julian,
What's the identifier?
Juliet Lima, India. Border 7 arrival.
Yeah, Trevor.
I think with Buckeye 4, looks like they want you to use Palmdale or Palm Springs only, though, right? If you're not going to LAX, unless you're going to fly below 22,000.
Because also the Border 7 is a departure, not an arrival. So we could not plan that because the Border 7 is a SID and not a star. All right, Kiri says the Buckeye 4 to PKE. And then in on 5, BR, BARB. Boom. I like it. Coming off of the Buckeye 4 at PKE and then directly on to the Barrett 5 arrival. So we see that we have a complete route. There are no breaks, there are no arrows. We are just going straight from our transition point off of the SID to the transition point for the star. Very much a valid route. Now, to the point that Trevor was making, and again, one of the reasons that we want to make sure that we're reading those notes on our SIDs and stars, and this is a big one that ATC will reject a flight plan for. And you'd be like, well, why did you reject my flight plan? Well, because you filed a transition point that we told you not to file. And a lot of these transition points may actually even be listed. You'll get this a lot in Florida where it says ATC only. Well, if we go ahead and zoom in. And we look at our box here in the top right. We can see right here, radar and DME required, restricted to turbojet and turboprop aircraft only. Turbojets landing LAX fire Parker transition aircraft landing other than LAX and turboprops landing LAX. Request flight level 2, 5, 4, and above. File Palmdale or Palm Springs. So we actually could not file that route that was planned because the Parker transition is only in use if we're going to LAX. Aircraft going other than LAX are requested to file either Palmdale or Palm Springs. So that would limit us to Palmdale and Palm Springs on this route. So unfortunately, while on paper, this looks like a very good route, if we are going back and looking at the requirements for that SID, ATC would reject this route because we are not flying to LAX. Christopher.
Are they, for the purposes of the class, are they always gonna force you to choose a departure? Or can you do something like direct Gila Bend and then the J2 and then the Barrett 5 from Imperial?
So we would actually not need to fly direct to Gila Bend. And yes, they will make you use a SID and a star if there is a SID and a star available. But luckily for us, we actually have the Mobile 4 departure, which looks a little different, and that's just because that's how the chart's laid out. But this is, in fact, a valid SID with a route that takes us to Gila Bend. So for the route that you were suggesting, we fly the Mobile 4 to Gila Bend, pick up the Imperial for the Barrett 5. One interesting thing about SkyVector, because it is primarily made for GA pilots, if there is a Victor airway that overlaps a jet route, it will default to the Victor airway. So do be aware of that while this looks like a valid route, right now it's planned on Victor 66. We will want to change that to J2.
Another thing I noticed, Ryan, if you want to do that, you have to type in J2 IPL, hit enter, and then type in IPL Barrett 5 for it to take it. Basically, you have to put in IPL twice.
Scout Vector can be weird about stuff like that, but it does look like it did work for me, just putting J2 between IPL. But it can have hiccups like what you saw, where it wants you to put in your route and then put in the SID or the star. So we do have this route here that takes us down to Gila Bend. On to across to Imperial, and then we pick up the Barrett 5 in Imperial. The other route that I was able to put together, let's just make sure that this doesn't violate anything. Radon DME required, restricted to turbojet and turboprop aircraft only. Okay, so we're good there. The other one that I found is we could file the Chili 4 to Needles. And then come in on the Barrett 5. But that takes us quite a bit out of the way. If we do that. But if there's like a big thunderstorm down here, this might be a route that we want to file. If it's monsoon season. All right, it is 2027 Mountain Time. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 2037. I'll answer any questions you guys have from this activity. If you want to keep trying to put a route together, go for it. And then we'll look at some other stuff that gets a little funky when we are building routes. chance to play around a little bit, putting together a route. What questions do you guys have?
So, go ahead, Caitlin.
Oh, thanks. I think you talked about it earlier, but why is it that sometimes we have to put in the jet route and then others we don't? Is it just because we're flying direct?
So specifically, like with that Phoenix San Diego route we just did.
Yeah.
So in that case, what had happened was so because the point needles is the transition off of our SID, and it's also the transition on to our star, there's no route between it. We're not flying direct per se, because we are flying we're flying this route here from Phoenix, where we're picking up radial here, it's VOR, up to Zephyr, up to Chile, and then turning west on what is essentially Victor 4 over to Needles. But technically we're still on our SID. And then once we hit Needles, we end up straight on our star, picking up Needles right here, flying that to Shadi, to Momar, to Sultan, to Carul, to Barrett, and then in San Diego. So it's not really direct because we're flying these routes. They're because they technically aren't en route. We're just going straight from our SID straight to our star. The same thing would happen if I was planning, for instance, this is a Denver to Salt Lake City. We would come off of our SID, I believe at Meeker. If I remember correctly from playing this in the past. Yeah. We'd come off of our SID from Denver, the Rocky 7, here at Meeker, and then immediately get on the Spain 8 arrival into Salt Lake City, where there's no true in or out portion because we're transitioning from the SID and transitioning straight onto the star.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, Mohammed.
I'll just share my screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
for
you
sure.
can talk. Um, So this is the route that I did, right? Not the same as what you were talking about, but I wanted to find out how I was supposed to close it because I was looking at the Jefferson chart, right? And I was trying to find the right one for me to even use for me to find out which one I'm supposed to plug in, right? So take the floor.
So it looks like you planned Mission Bay on there. MZB.
Mhm.
But if we go to our, if you want to pull up the star, Mission Bay is the VOR that's right next to San Diego, but it's not a transition point. What we want to do is find our transition points, and those are, if we look along the legs, like the easiest way to find your transition points is always going to be find the points that are at the ends of the routes.
So
So
right
in
here.
this case, we can see Imperial, Parker, Needles, and 29 Palms. And we can confirm that those are transition points because if we look at the route segment between them and the next intersection, it says, like for instance, with Imperial, it says Imperial, and then below that in parentheses is exactly how we would want to input that route with IPL Barrett 5. And that indicates to us that Imperial is in fact a transition point that we can plan.
Got it.
So if you pull up your sky vector again, if instead of where you have MZB, you
Mhm.
put in IPL Barrett 5, you would see that that would become a closed route. There you go.
But this isn't exactly the correct route, is it?
Yep, that's correct route.
Okay.
Yep, we're going from Phoenix. We're picking up the Mobile 4 departure until we get to GBN. Then we're picking up J18 as our en route until we get to Imperial. And then from Imperial, we're transitioning onto the Barrett 5 arrival.
Cool. All right. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Can you say again what those little arrows indicate in the flight plan box if they appear?
Indicate that a break in our route somewhere. Let me go ahead and share the screen again. Wow, that should be an arrival point. See, right? Not slide that arrival. All the oh, it's probably R9. For instance, in this case, where I have this break, this is where I do not have a jet route plans. So right now I'm planning on flying direct from Goodland to Emporia, which in real world dispatching would be perfectly valid, but for this class, I can't do that because I need to be on a route the whole way. Or even if I had a jet route for part of the way, so here it looks good. I go to Goodland and I pick up J182 to Kirk and then J110 to Fracka. But from J110 or from Fracka to Emporia, there's no jet route. So now I have a direct segment. So I have a break in my routing. I could not use this for this class or for my practical for this class. I would need to try to find a transition point that is on one of these jet routes. Now that might happen if you're going to an airport that doesn't have a star. For instance, if I wanted to fly say Denver to St. George. But if I go to my jet charts for St. George, I have a departure procedure, but I don't have an arrival. There's no star for St. George. And even the departure procedure is questionable at best. So what I would want to do in that case, I'd go ahead and start with my SID from Denver. Going south. So HBU, Creek, most likely HBU. Go Creek might actually work in this case. Go north, go there. Let's go. Red Table. So fly the Rocky 7 to Red Table, pick up J60, and then I'm going to plan to the closest VOR into St. George. So that's going to be Bryce Canyon here. So I'll add Bryce Canyon to my route, fly J60 to Bryce Canyon, and then direct from Bryce Canyon into St. George. So in that case, we don't really have a complete route here because we don't have an arrival, but that's because an arrival doesn't exist. There is no published arrival for St. George. So we're just going to find the closest nav point, the closest VOR for St. George, and file that. because even the St. George VOR is not on a route. So in the case where there's not a SID or a star, you're just going to pick the closest VOR and go off of that. That would be the case for St. George. I believe also we have a few others like that. Helena, I don't think there is a SID or a star for. Yeah, again, there's just a departure procedure, which isn't even a true departure. No, it does have a SID though. That's cool. Interesting. Multiple SIDs. Probably because it underlies, or it's near, I shouldn't say it underlies, but it's close to Denver airspace. But if we were flying to Helena, we don't have a star, we don't have an arrival route, so we would just want to find for instance, if I was doing LA to Helena, I would just want to plan a nearby VOR. In this case, probably, but that doesn't lie, or does it? So that, yeah, that falls on J634 or J136. So I'd want to find a route that brought me in on either J34 or J136 into Helena.
Can you switch tabs if you're on that? If you're on Skyvector?
Yeah. Or you could even probably get away with filing Whitehall or something like that, but realistically, you'd want to file to Helena and pick something that worked. That probably coming down south from, what is that? Mulan Pass. So that is ML. J136 into Helena. J136. I don't even know where I'm taking. Where am I? So yeah, anytime that you have an airport that you're either flying into or flying out of that doesn't have a departure or an arrival procedure, you're going to go ahead and find the closest VOR that is on a jet route and pick that, and then file in from there. Or plan in. I think Oklahoma City would be another one like this. We have an arrival, but we don't have a departure for Oklahoma City. So if I was filing into Oklahoma City, I'd have an arrival. But if I was departing Oklahoma City, I would just want to pick something like the Will Rogers VOR and come off of that. Yeah, Will Rogers. So again, filing into Oklahoma City, I have a star. If I was departing Oklahoma City, I would just pick IRW as my starting point and go from there. For instance, if I was doing OKC to I would start on IRW and then I would find the transition point for Albuquerque and then connect the points from there. So maybe Fort Union. TCC, sorry, TCC. It's right there. Yeah. So for that arrival, we have TCC. I can plan that. And so this would be a perfectly acceptable route if my flight plan was Oklahoma City to Albuquerque, because I don't have a departure procedure for Oklahoma City. So I'm just going to plan direct to the nearest VOR. In this case is IRW. And then I can pick up J6 to the TCC VOR, which is my transition point for the Mira 2 arrival into Albuquerque. Any questions on? And then when I've been building these routes in here, you adding waypoints in two different ways. And there are two different ways that we can do it. If, for instance, I wanted to add the Delta VOR to my route, I could go route box here and type in DTA. And we see that the route is now going to the Delta VOR. Or if I wanted to use the Milford VOR, I could type in MLF. And we see that the route is now snapped onto the Milford VOR. So if we want to add points in, we can do that. The other thing we could do is click and drag our route. So again, if I wanted to add the MLF VOR, I can grab my route, hover over it until I see the 4 arrow symbol, and then drag it down over the point that I want to plan to and release. And then here we see a dialog box open up. And this is going to give me some different points that are near where I released that I could theoretically plan to. The first one here where we see, let me zoom in a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. If I do that again. So we get this dialog box that pops up. So the first one we see is this magenta symbol with a white line through it. That is indicating the Milford Airport. Now, unless I am planning on doing a touch and go landing at the Milford Airport on my way to San Francisco, I don't want to select the Milford Airport. The second symbol we see is for a VORTAC. In this case, I am trying to plan onto the Milford VOR. So I would want to select plan next to that symbol. The symbol below that, we have 2 crossed arrows. That is for the Magso intersection. If that was the point that I wanted to plan, let's say I was trying to plan onto the MJSO intersection, I would want to select that. The final option is I could just pick GPS coordinates. Now, for this class, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pick the VOR. So that's what I'll select. I click the VOR, and I see now that my route has been snapped to the VOR and that it has been added to my flight plan. And I can do that all over the place. And I can even go in then and add some more points just by typing them in. So those are the two different ways that you can add points to your app. Either click and drag, or you can go into the text box and type them in manually. What other questions you guys have so far on this? All right, I'm going to have you guys try to do another route. We'll spend 15 minutes on this one, and then we'll spend the last 10 minutes of class talking about it. We're going to do Denver to Oklahoma City. I want you guys to put together a route that is Denver to Oklahoma City. And I believe there's like 4 or 5 different routes that connect these two with SIDS and stars. So I'm very interested to see what you guys come up with. And feel free to ask questions if you have questions while you're working on this. All right, who is a route?
I have a few. First one was the planes. It's actually the planes 2 departure. I think the parts we have are old. The planes 2 to the Golf Charlie Kilo. And Echo Romeo Gully 3.
Well, did you have between them?
That was the other question. Like there's a direct route, there's a direct leg there. The other one I did goes through Wichita and then down.
Like J28, J23?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Yep. So planes 2 to Garden City, J28 to Wichita, J23 to Pioneer, and then pick up the Gully 3 arrival at Pioneer. Very good. And that looks like that's the same route that Brian got.
You can use Goodland as well, but it's just a little bit longer.
Yeah, you can also use Goodland. I think there might be a good option as well. Anyway, there were some different options you could build between these two, but essentially, yeah. Did anyone get anything different? Going to the GLD. And then pick up. Why did you go back to Garden City? So GF. J182 to ICT, and then J23. And once again, we see that because there is a jet route, and this is one of the things you have to be careful of, especially if you use the click and drag method. Because there is a jet route that overlaps a vector route between ICT and PER. See, there's also a vector airway there. Because SkyVector is predominantly geared towards GA pilots who aren't paying for professional software, it's expecting them to file on lower altitude routes because generally people who have the means to file jet routes at least have something like Garmin Pilot or ForeFlight that they're using. So it tends to want to default to a Victor airway as opposed to a jet route. So just be careful when that happens and make sure that you go back and change it to your jet route. Questions that you came up with while you were working on building this route? And we will do more route building, especially once we get into flight planning. And then we'll break down more how we look at some of the distances and things on these routes. But big takeaway from today is putting together our route structure, specifically starting with our direct points, and then picking a SID and picking a star, and then connecting the dots between our transition points. And that's essentially what route building is going to look like, no matter if you're flying from Denver to Colorado Springs or from New York to LA. It all ends up being pretty the exact same process. You're picking a star and then you're connecting. Because our full route from airport to airport is going to be SID, en route, star. Approach procedure. But as we talked about earlier in the class, when we're doing things like looking at approach minimums and doing landing calculations and takeoff calculations, essentially what we're doing in that case is proving that we can safely operate this flight, because the runway that we plan when we dispatch the flight isn't necessarily the runway that's going to get used. Now, we want to try to plan the runway that's going to get used, but again, it may not happen, especially when you're talking about airports with multiple different runways, multiple different runway configurations that could have departures off of several different runways or arrivals to several different runways at the same time. Other questions on using SkyVector, on route structure, on SIDS and stars, on en route structure, anything like that? Brian.
So I know this is beyond the scope of our class, since we're focusing on jet routes, but when I was looking at SkyVector, I noticed like in certain areas of the country, especially like along the eastern seaboard, there's just way less jet routes and it's mostly Q routes. Are they just kind of gradually decommissioning the jet routes in favor of the GPS stuff?
Florida, you won't find a jet route in Florida. So again, this goes to yes and no. For about a decade, the FAA was kind of like, VORs are old tech. We can do everything with GPS. Let's phase out the VORs. Let's go completely to GPS. Let's go completely to Q routes. Let's go to completely to RNAV procedures. We don't need to keep spending the money on maintaining ground-based nav aids and ground-based procedures because GPS can do it all for us. And then Russia attacked the Ukraine, and the world saw just how easily GPS could go away. And the FAA was like, oh no, maybe we need to invest in our ground-based nav aids and ground-based procedures again. But a lot of that had already been phased out along the East Coast. But you will see a lot of these Q routes actually do overlap VORs. And in reality, even without routes from VOR to VOR, we can still file RNAV VOR to VOR using ground-based nav aids if we have to. Because that's why the VORs were initially developed in favor of NDBs in the first place, is because with two VORs, you can identify any point in space. Which is how we had RNAV procedures before GPS even existed. But you're right, on the East Coast, especially the Southeast, you will not find a jet route.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
looking at Atlanta airport,
Yeah.
and like they don't even have any approaches that aren't RNAV.
They're all RNAV approaches. Which is why all of our charts are for the western half of the United States.
That works out well for us.
Also because they're all stolen from SkyWest, but that's
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Have a
class
good
is
night, brother.
officially over for tonight. But you're welcome to stick around if you have any other questions. If not, have a good night.
Thanks a lot, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan. Have a good night.
It's 3 to Pueblo. But it looked like this if you developed it out all the way. So Pikes 3 to Pueblo was the other route I was seeing if anyone would get, which I'm glad you did. But that's how that route would look if you did the Pikes 3 to Pueblo. Instead of doing Victor 10 to Garden City, picking up J28 to Wichita, picking up Victor 532 to PER, you do Pikes 3 to Pueblo, pick up J28 all the way to Wichita, and then transition onto J23 to PER, where you would pick up your star into Oklahoma City. So
Okay.
essentially the same route that you built, just cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah,
If
it
you
looked a little
to-
convoluted.
And we want to try to avoid those Victor Airways, if we can. We want to try to always use the jet route. And again, you have to be careful, especially when you're doing the click and drag method, because we can see that SkyVector clearly favored the Victor 10 between Pueblo and Garden City, when J28 also lies between those 2 points.
Okay. Well, thank
Which
you.
also allows us to go all the way to Wichita, which cleans up our route a little bit, because I can just do J28 to Wichita and take Garden City out of my flight plan completely.
It doesn't always have to be exactly on the jet route for it to be I guess something that's feasible. I don't know. Because I had a route, right? And then I was trying to be a perfectionist, right? I was trying to get into the details, and then I messed it all up. I was like, oh my god, now I don't even remember what the hell I did before. So now I'm just caught up, and yeah. So I'm trying to retrace my steps now.
thing no, we're not always going to file on the route. For this class, yes, it always has to be on the route.
Okay. Because that answer right there, the one that you have, that one going down, I believe from Denver isn't exactly on it. But I don't know if you could just set it back in place.
It's not on it here,
Yeah.
but it is on it. Here.
Mm.
So we talked about this a little bit in the second hour of class, where your sit and start may not be reflected in the route structure on the high altitude chart, and that's because we're not on this chart. We are on this chart at this time. So even though we can't see it here, we are on a route. It just doesn't show on this screen.
Got it.
It doesn't show in SkyVector. But
Okay.
we are on a route because we are on this route. We're on this SID.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need more practice, like a lot more. So,
Yeah, and we'll get more practice.
cool. All right. Good night. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.